Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to the stream. For everybody who's watching after the fact on YouTube, I'll just do a quick little spiel, tell you what this is all about. Basically, we're going to be doing a sculpt or sketch from the sphere, and we're just going to kind of mash it around, have a little bit of fun, you know, sketching. It's nothing for a final product. It's not for games. It's not for printing. It's not for you know, film or anything like that. It's just sketching, treating it the same way that you would a sketchbook essentially, and we're just gonna kind of make something from nothing. So yeah, if that's your cup of tea, we're gonna be going for 4 hours. It's a good thing to have in the background while you're doing your own little you know, sculpt or whatever it is that you are working on. And feel free to ask any questions along the way. Things usually get strange here, so. Hey guys, how's it going? Hi Donald. Hi Mage, hi Master. Look, it's a Nex! Oh my god, dude, I haven't seen you forever. It's just the entire sculpt. Oh my god, the morph brush reveals. That is, yeah, that's been taking, what is it, like, it's like trending. A lot of people are using that on social media. The morph brush reveal. Oh man. A sphere to an epic sculpture. Sometimes epic, sometimes honestly just a big pile of doo-doo, but that's okay because when you're just kind of sculpting, sketching random things, some things are hits, some things are misses, and it's totally fine to not always get good results. Oh, don't, no, I'm nosing this. I'm not doing what I did last stream. Hey Anthony, how are you doing? Okay. Sorry, one sec. Let me like get this a little bit comfy. Get out of my way, type way. Alright. Okay. You secured your first creative role. It's not sculpting or 3D at all, but I'll be doing the forward-facing interactive help site content for a company you work for. That's awesome, Master! That's awesome! I'm really happy for you. Hopefully it's great. The morph brush reveal. You missed something? So morph brush essentially here, I'll just do like a really quick thing right here. So if I were to go down here into morph target, store morph target as like a flat, and then I start like doing like a whole bunch of sketching, like, ooh, look, a happy face, wow. Right? And then I turn, like if I switch the morph target off, basically what you can do is you can just do a morph target reveal. So where's my morph target? And then, wow, look, I just sculpted all. So if you had something super detailed, like detail work that you were doing, then you just kind of like switch the morph target and then use this brush. It makes it look like you just like put a whole bunch of detail down and you sculpted something crazy to like the untrained eye, whoever doesn't know how to use ZBrush. They're like, oh my gosh, how are you so fast? But really it's just, you're just turning a layer on and off. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Demir. Yeah, no, morph brush is very useful though for detail work and things of that nature, because if you were okay. So if I were to store morph brush, right, and then I wanted to like start doing I don't know, we can just like start putting, like, we wanted to like put patterning down on something, but then we're like, oh man, this area, it's too much. I don't want stuff in that area. What you can actually do is grab the morph brush and you can start to erase areas or, you know, bring them back or accentuate them as much as you want, right? So it's very useful when you're doing detail work. I highly recommend, if you're ever going to be doing anything like wrinkles or fine details, scales, blah, blah, start by putting down a morph target so that, you know, you're not caught without anything. But I mean, something that I do, because I'm kind of like all over the place when I'm sketching, I forget to put morph targets down when I'm doing it for, you know, projects, and it's very linear how I'm working in more professional settings. But if I'm just doing my own thing and just kind of like slapping stuff together, a lot of the time I forget to put morph targets down, because like you know, I'm in between maybe blocking and then I start detailing and I'm like, no, I want to go back to blocking, blah, 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 right? So it's really messy when I'm just doing my own thing. So if I don't have a morph target, for example, and I can't like do anything more with the details, there's another brush right here, is contrast delta, which is like nice to start bringing details, like making, like accentuating them again, right? You know, so you can actually kind of like accentuate a lot of the stuff that you have without a morph target, which is really, really handy. And you can kind of like invert them as well. It's not as effective as the morph target, but it is kind of nice to at least have that ability if you don't put down a morph target for detail, you know, expansion or smoothing out or whatever. Is it possible to make 3D bricks and then take that out of ZBrush as a texture? Wait, is it possible to make 3D bricks and then take it out of ZBrush as texture photographs as normal roughness? I mean, yes, yeah. So anything that you do in ZBrush, you can go through that entire process as long as like, you have that low poly. If you want to get a normal map, you're going to have to have subdivision levels, right? So you have your lowest subdivision level up to your highest subdivision level, and then you're going to need to have UVs on your object, which there is a plugin in UV Master to unwrap, right, your UVs. And this is, I'm just brushing over this because this is, you're asking an entire pipeline here. But as long as you have your sub Ds, you've got your high to your low UVs, then what you can end up doing is down here in normal map, you can start to, you can look things up on, see here, just because like there's a lot that you just asked. Let me just grab UZ Classroom because they have stuff on all of this and you can jump through every single one of those and you can like export whatever you need to. So the, yeah, normal map you can do here, texture map, basically if you wanted to do even like any colors or whatever, you create via, you know, UV map, and then it will take your colors, throw them down onto the UV map. The normal map will do the same thing with your UVs. But whenever you're exporting things, one thing to remember in the textures is to always flip it horizontal. I think it's horizontal because ZBrush likes to, for whatever reason, do things backwards. But yeah, okay, going back to the beginning, back to my sphere. Okay. The hashtag exposed. Exposed. You've been exposed. Oh yeah, and there's also, yeah, there is the map exporter stuff. I don't use it. I don't actually use it that much. Because I don't really like do a lot of exports from, there it is. I don't really do a lot of exports from ZBrush, but if you were there, yeah, it's all right in here. And you can dictate how large your UVs, your map size exports are. And it'll automatically, okay, vertically, okay. Yeah, it'll automatically flip it for you in here. There you go. Then you don't have to individually in the texture flip vertical, not horizontal, my bad. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, sorry, next. I don't do a lot of exports directly from ZBrush. Okay, okay. Let's get going. Okay. Let's see. I don't know what to make today. Do I ever know what to make? No, I do not. Maybe we'll start with like a little bit. Postrino. Ooh, maybe he'll be like a weird, like bug type thing. my god, it's kind of looking like Bug's Life. Maybe. How about that? So you're gonna see me doing a lot of like starting and stopping things because it's just how I usually operate. I will push and pull things and then erase them. Like it, I like this idea of like the eyes are like kind of like messed up, like pointy like that, you know? Let's do that. Alright. Good vibes! Yeah, we got some bug vibes today. Like and I like to, if you're new, I like to work really low res and sort of like abstract at first. Very, very loose and disgusting work. Kind of like how messed up he looks. Like wrinkly. Let me rotate this so it's facing upwards. You're gonna play Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, I am. I don't know about that bear stuff, though, that I've been seeing. I don't know about that, but... yes. Such a different way of creating something, so use the Shano block out. Yeah, I mean, like, there's lots of different... Whatever you're comfortable with, honestly, like, for me, I like to just... When I'm sketching anyways, I kind of like throw paint at the wall. It's kind of the same idea. Like, I just really don't care. And I try and find like a shape out of like nasty. How's the eye doing? Oh, I'm very open about it. It's okay to ask that. It's just sort of like I feel like it's just the same thing over and over. It's still bad. I'm still getting needles in my eyeball. So, whatever. I'm just like, whatever. If this is my life, if I have to just keep doing this every single month, then so be it. Like, whatever. Whatever, I just like, whatever, I don't want to think about it. I have successfully Pavloved myself into looking forward to eye injection day too, because I've only allowed myself to eat McDonald's immediately after my eye injection appointment. So now I'm like, I really want chicken nuggets. Dang it, it's not eye injection day. I've successfully Pavloved myself. Ugh. It does suck though. It makes you feel like you've been like pepper sprayed in the face. It's not super great. Without the McDonald's, 0 out of 10. I did. So anytime I smell McDonald's now, I'm just like dun, 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 dun. But you know, whatever. It is what it is. You guys can hear the music, right? Also, next, how have you been doing? How have you been doing? It's been so long. I feel like it's been so long, anyways. I'm gonna have this like all kind of. It's really like tiny in here. Wondering if I should make the eyes even bigger and then the mouth area even. Yeah, music's good. Nice. Monty trying to get out. Is he? What are you doing? You trying to go and bark at something? Hi, Maddie. What's up? Dude, I don't know. Yeah, it's literally, it's not, it's not even, I don't know. There's something like about the McDonald's really crap. Like, I don't even care. I don't care. Big Mac, whatever, like quarter pounder, whatever. Like, I'm talking about like the really crappy dollar menu burgers and get some chicken nuggets with the habanero sauce and like the spicy mustard. And then a score McFlurry. We're set. I could do without the fries. It's just like the crappy burger. Awful. Like, it's bad and you know it's bad. Like, you bite it and you know that you're like shaving years off your life, you know? But that's how you know it's good. Still a digital domain, being a married boy. Congratulations. Canadian oh, wow, nice. Nice. That's awesome. That's a lot of stuff, man. Congratulations on all of that. That's a lot of adult. That's more adult than me. Why do you use the snake hook instead of the move brush? Because it's a lot faster and messier and nastier. Okay, but real explanation. So if I were to use the snake hook here, I can just kind of keep doing this. No one's gonna stop me, right? I love that. Look at that. Look, this could be a bug. This could be a bug, right? Whereas if you were using the move brush, this is it. This is what you can do. Now, what's that gonna be? That's not gonna be a bug. That's not a bug. That's just sad. That just looks like someone sat on it. Sad. Snake hook, though. It's good, right? That's why. It's because it's got infinite movement. That's literally the only reason. Could be. Could be. Don't use anatomy to this bug. Don't use anatomy on it? Should I just... What should I do? No anatomy? Should I make it a tree? Is a tree structure still considered anatomy? Like the anatomy of the tree? Is that something that you would say, or would it be biological structure? Or is anatomy very specific to bones and meat? I don't know. Why do they have dollar burgers? You felt like you dropped them or they were practice burgers. Just nasty burgers, man. But I love them. I love how disgusting they are. Because they're not disgusting. They taste good, but you know it's bad for you. Maybe I'll just like shove it in there. Okay, okay, buddy boy. No, none of that, please. You look like the bug, or you look like me? Okay, I'll like bring in a cylinder. Oh my gosh. Oh. No. Accidentally click everywhere all the time. The boogie boy. Do I use Dynamesh? Yes. I do, but not yet. I want to make this, like, I don't care about Dynamesh until, like, the next stage of sketching. I use all of, like, the low-res artifacting as kind of, like, sketching steps. Can you draw a sense of anatomy? Wait, is it possible to make a VDM brush from an imported mesh, or does it still have to... Yeah, you could import a mesh, right, onto the VDM flat plane, and then reproject the details from that imported mesh to the flat plane. But whatever you do has to be from the flat plane. So if you want it, like, it couldn't just be like you imported a mesh and then now it's part of that flat plane. You have to take that flat plane for the VDM creation and then reproject, and then you'll have that information. When am I coming to Vancouver? A $1 menu burger. Oh wow, that sounds like a really good idea. You know, just I do want to go back to Vancouver though. I really do love Vancouver. I miss it. I feel for design. There's not really much design going on with this, but thank you so much. Does Maxon have any tutorials on bringing ZBrush stuff into Unity? That Bobbles, I'm not 100% sure. I know that they have... I know Anna does a lot of stuff of bringing things into Unreal. What is this? Is that like is that a bow? Like bow burger? Because that looks like probably really good. We look alike because it is you. You use Pixel Up and Face App. So you face app yourself, so now you look like me? I'm confused. One reason your abs are not showing. Oh, the bow burger. Yeah. If I want to have, I think I kind of want to, yeah, I'm gonna like get this going. Bring it down. just fill this in, make this entire thing like a jaw piece. Here. What's up, Leonard? ZBrush come on iPad? I have no idea. I'm not a dev. The video where the mom crabs eats the baby crabs. Nature do be kind of crazy. They do be doing a lot of insane things. What's up, Barely? Working on your corgi sculpt. Yeah, how's that coming along? Looking loafy? Just gonna be a weird little guy, you know? What's up, J-Zone? When you start design, do you have an idea of what you want, or are you improvising? Yeah, so with these sort of sketch streams, I'm just doing whatever. I'm pulling things and I'm like, that kind of looks like this, and then I continue. Oh, hey, Brad! Yeah, there's a lot less feet going on in this one. I think that's for the greater good. All of the industry professionals, though, because, you know, IMM feet is industry standard after all. All of the industry professionals are all just kind of like, you know, what do you mean you're not using feet? Well, not every sculpt can be perfect, so... They do. Yeah, corgis, well, corgis have, dwarfism. That's why they look the way that they look. They're, they're dogs, but then dwarfism. So they've got all the stumpiness. And it makes them super cute. I think it's a great opportunity to do a centipede body and hundreds of IMM feet. You see, that would be the industry standard way of doing this, yes. Keyboard shortcut for each of the brushes that you're using the most? Yeah, I use 1 through 0 on my numbers, just it's easiest. More feet. I got like, I guess, a whole subset of people here that watched the last stream and that's what they expect is just gonna be like a foot. They're into like the feet. Hey Dave. Thanks, Brian. I hope this bug gets a crappy burger with nuggets. On Monday, this bug is gonna get a crappy burger with nuggets. Yeah, I've got hotkeys. Question: how do you emboss an entire surface? You're trying to create a lace-like look. So emboss, like, so you want to make lace specifically? Like, what kind of lace? Because you can, there's a couple of ways that you could do lace. Streams, you think you need to get back into making things in ZBrush, but at the same time you have no idea what to make? Just make, like, anything. I'm literally just starting with a sphere, making, like, some bug dude. I don't know. Alien bug guy. Probably could be Men in Black. Okay, so lace, yeah, you could, there's a couple of things. Without the holes, you're 3D printing it. So you could just, do you already have your, alpha? Do you already have an alpha for it? Or do you already have, like, a lace, thing? Like, when you're saying emboss, like, if you already have a model for that, you can do bas relief here, and then if you have an alpha, you'd have to like create an alpha though. Or you can find an alpha and then just like create a brush where it'll just like drag on. Clay strips from leaving squares. So with clay buildup, you're saying you don't want like squares like this. You can either change the alpha, or in stroke with lazy mouse, you can turn the lazy step like super low, and then it won't like overlap the squares as much. Or you can just like change the alpha to like a circle, and now you're gonna do like circle buildup if you want, or you can change the alpha to like these little dots. Now it's like a scratchy buildup if you want. Anything really, right? Whatever you change the alpha to is what that base is gonna look like. So I like the squares personally, but whatever is good for you. And then if you don't like what you just did, just go into brush and then reset current brush, and now it'll go back to its default. Doesn't look like a dog at all. Well, it's definitely not a dog, so no offense taken. If the topology is there and an alpha exists, I'd hit that with surface noise. Yes. You can also use surface noise if you want the entire thing. Like I was thinking, like, do you just want a lace? Like I thought you meant like a lace trim, in which case you can create a brush that rolls it on. Or if you want the entire thing to be lace, you want a repeating tileable alpha for lace. And you can do that in surface noise as long as you have your UVs for that specific object. Just make sure that you have UVs for the object so that the surface noise projects properly. There is in brush, if I remember, use it that much, but in surface, you can do a noise and then local projection mode here. So if I wanted to do noise plug, no, it's just like put an alpha on this. I'll just grab like a random alpha. Do I have an alpha just laying around? Is this an alpha? Yeah, we'll just use this. Say, where is it? Scale. Okay, so that would be my alpha. And then if you did brush local projection mode with this, then it'll keep up. Okay, it's a little too large. Make it smaller, just so we can see what's going on. And then local projection, whenever you move, it'll keep projection from your new camera angle. So you could do that, but if you don't move, right, you can see it's stretching downwards. But if you had UVs, then it won't matter about that local projection or anything like that. But that's if you don't have UVs and you wanted to still do some sort of like organic look on this, you could do something like that. All right. Oh. Brush. Reset. Thank you. I don't want that noise on here. UVs will be your best bet, though, for a clean surface lace noise. You didn't sculpt for a couple of days. Dude, you're fine. I take entire weeks off. Besides, doing what's it called? Workouts, very important. You want to be an artist? You sit at your computer all the time? You should definitely be doing workouts. Speaking of workouts, I was using my resistance bands yesterday, and it like busted as I was doing like I don't know what these are called, like the forward pulling for your shoulder blades, like shoulder blade like compression. Like chest expansion kind of like resistance bands, it snapped while I was doing that, and that right in my jugular. I was not having a good night. Like prone to hurt. Yeah. Oh yeah, I already answered the eye question earlier. Same as always, bad. My optic nerve is inflamed. Always wanted to see that live when you worked at a gym, but you never saw it at any of the goofy stuff. You say, no, you don't want to see that live. You don't want to see that happen. You don't want that to happen. That isn't a good thing to happen. What? It hurts. I'm glad that it was like only like a 10-pound though, because if it was like it was something more than that, ooh. Like, actually Mortal Kombat. Except against myself, specifically. No opponent. Just me. Make this, like, super long and gangly. Heartbeat mate. Heartbeat mate. What? Alright, I'll see you. See you, Allison! ZBrush Dirty was a mix between depression when you see someone else's cool and motivation when you sculpt something okay. Try to, like, reframe when you're looking at other people's art as more of, like, you want to be motivated. Like, as in, like, it's a goal. Think about, like, if you feel sad with yourself, you're just stopping yourself, rather than looking at somebody and being like, wow, that's amazing, then now you're setting a goal for yourself. Think about, like, any kind of, like, envy or jealousy, instead of, like, God, I wish I had that. Like, think about that. Like, oh, well, that would be my goal then, instead of that negative feeling that you have of just being super upset that somebody is better than you, or, you know, you perceive them to be better than you. Just understand that that feeling can be turned into a goal rather than being angry and upset and sad about it and self-deprecating, right? It's something to work towards rather than something to be upset about because you're not there yet. I mean, art is like this never-ending journey. You're just gonna keep doing stuff, right? My Discord? Oh, ew. Grim. No. I'm not hungry anymore. That's just nasty. It's too much. No. Yeah, you should be asking yourself, how do I get there, rather than I'll never get, like, telling yourself you'll never get there. Just ask yourself, like, how do you get there? What do I need to do to achieve that? And then be happy that, like, you found that person and you can see how much effort they put into achieving that. Because that gave you something to work towards. Really, what is life other than just a series of things just to work towards? You're just constantly finding things to work towards. So anytime you find somebody that you're like, oh my gosh, how do I do that? Be thankful that you found them, because now that's like another goal, another purpose. Just make goals and goals and goals until you can no longer make goals anymore, and that's it. What's up, Psycho? Yeah, I've got a Discord, but we don't do very much in there. I mean, you guys, like, everybody talks to each other occasionally, right? But it's not like, I'm not super active, people are not super active, so. But sure, I'll put the invite. We will have this. Here you go. If you want it. Normally people sculpt in perspective mode. Yeah, I mean, yeah, people, like, I do and I don't. It really just depends. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I don't really make a big deal about it unless you know, I'm going off of a specific concept and I want to make sure I'm matching that. Then I'll hit into perspective. Or if I'm specifically doing like, this is just sketching, so I don't really care about having perspective on or off, because for me it doesn't make too much of a difference. But if you're working, you know, with faces especially, you're gonna want to have perspective on, because that can make a lot of distortion in terms of you know, what it is that you're seeing with a person's face. I mean, somebody's face, like, changes a lot. Here, focal length. I think there's like a GIF, like a portrait. Like, where is the GIF? Like this one's really good to demonstrate it. I just do, like, here. So you can see how much somebody's face changes just based on like the focal length. So you're gonna want to you know, sculpt based on like your reference image. And a lot of the time, like, a good rule of thumb for stylized characters anyways is sometimes just leave it on like something close to orthographic, so a higher focal length, just so that you have a little bit of, just a tiny bit of that focal distortion, just enough so that you get an idea and it's not like too far off. But then if you're working from something that is very specific, like you have a very specific lens to work off of, in VFX this is more common. I don't do a lot of work for that kind of stuff, but if you do, then you're going to want to match your camera to whatever it is that you're referencing, or, you know, whatever the shot is. But yeah. And everybody's gonna have like their own like ways of doing things too, especially when it comes to sculpting. There's no like 100% you have to do it this way, unless you're in a very specific pipeline and everybody's set up a very specific way. Then you're gonna want to follow whatever your team is doing, right? But if you're just like sculpting for yourself and stuff, everybody's gonna have their own thing. Yeah, it's all dependent on what it is that you're doing, and also preference. A lot of it is like personal preference too, unless like I just said, like you're in a pipeline specific to whatever it is that you're doing. So much of like art and sculpting, etc., is it depends. I don't like these. I'm gonna grab smooth stronger. A professional scan of an actor and pretend you sculpt it. Like morph brush it. You should morph brush a professional sculpt. I think this. Oh my, what? I can't read. What is that? What is that? Oh my god. It lost so real. X. Giving me a stroke. I don't know what that is. What is... Oh my god. Okay. I don't like these legs. Actually don't really like this, let's make this something a little bit smaller. Real and simple. Yeah, no worries. You can post in that inspiration channel as much as you'd like. What is there? It doesn't. It really doesn't look anything like a dog. Kind of crazy, actually. It's almost as if we're, like, not making a dog. But that's not true, because we're definitely making a dog. Looked like a dog. Yeah, I know. The, like, little ears here, little floppy ears. Definitely a dog. Definitely. Yeah, the snake-hook brush is like really fun. Keep in mind that you are going to create a lot of doo-doos with it. A lot of nasty things will come out of it when you're first getting started. But if you can get used to it, if you understand how it works, you can be as like free as you want, really. I much prefer it over the move brush. Just so you know, I'm also using AccuCurve along with this, so that you're getting like those really sharp points. But yeah, I've done a sculpt of Monty. A while ago, actually. I haven't done any, like, new sculpt of him, but... yeah, I've done. Behold, Monty. Behold. Do I avoid tearing the geo? Oh, I absolutely tear it. I mess it up on purpose, though. Like, this is all extremely... Look at it, look at it, look at it. Gnarly, dude. Gnarly. But when you Dynamesh it, takes that and creates it into workable geometry, right? So I don't pay attention to it too much. Just enjoy.
When I'm walking out the front door, I can feel it. I got issues on my mind, but I don't wanna see it. I just need to get it right, I just need to slow down. Do you wanna come over? Gotta figure this out. I gotta move out of Sin City. I wanna run until I fall. Bright lights shine so pretty. I just wanna get it all.
a design like this, well, I usually don't finish these on stream. I usually just kind of like do the sketch and then I throw it away and I never see it again. But if I had to like finish, like, it depends on what the end goal is, right? Like, is it just for my own like sketch illustration purposes? In which case it would be like maximum a week, but usually a lot faster. Like if it's my own thing, a lot of the stuff that you see on my portfolio, like the illustration stuff, I do usually within maybe 3 sittings. Some of them are just like one sitting, like one and done. Like the like busts, just do in like one sitting. So recently I've had to take a lot more breaks because I have pretty bad headaches now, but yeah, typically, like, you know, if you're not suffering from ailments and you're working fast, then it can be pretty quick. You're sculpting a likeness? Best of luck. Likeness is hard. Yeah, you can work really fast with ZBrush. Wait, is that a week in hours? Well, okay, I don't know. It depends on what does your week consist of? Is it a 40-hour week? Is it a 60-hour week? Oh no, yeah, the headaches are because of my optic nerve, but yes, got some brain stuff. Do you do hard surface modeling with ZBrush? Yeah, no, I do. Sorry, I don't know why I paused there. I was like thinking of something else. Sorry. Yes, I do hard surface modeling with ZBrush for work. Yes, but I have not done that like during stream, just because hard surface like sculpting it's kind of the same process. Like you could turn anything organic the same way that like I'm working with it right now. Like you could turn the organic thing into hard surface. It's just a lot more like time that you have to spend refining stuff. Like that's what makes it hard surface. You know what I mean? And like the refining stage, I just find is like it'll be interesting to some people. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like in general, it's not the best to stream for me, anyways. Like you kind of like. Don't like these. Delete. This to be a lot slender. Yeah, I would prefer something like, you know, that's a lot less monotonous in terms of like the process and stuff. Like, for example, like I don't think I would do actual design work on stream because it would take so much of my brain power that it would be hard to do good, like what I would consider like good design, something that I would be like really happy with. So when I just sketch on stream, it feels good because I don't have like it'd just be throwaway. Like it doesn't have like an insane amount of thought in it, right? Like what I'm doing right here doesn't have like all my brain power because I have to also like, you know, talk and answer questions and stuff. So when you're designing, it can be quite distracting. And then, you know, if you're doing more technical stuff, it can also kind of like be a slog for like viewers to watch. So want it to be good for everybody. Sketching is what we do. floor. Where that floor at? Actually, let's just do this isn't clear. Any tips for improving at speed sculpting? Speed will just come, but if you want to practice speed after, you know, you're comfortable with ZBrush and stuff, you know, it will, like, speed will just, like, come naturally. But if you want to practice, then I would say just start sketching stuff. Like anything. Give yourself a time limit. Be like, okay, I only have an hour to do this. Like, all right, then an hour and see what you can do in an hour. Don't like stress yourself out either. Just try to focus on really big shapes and only the shapes. Just blocking, doing a lot of blocking. Don't focus on details or anything like that. Try to like get the main shape of something done within a very short time frame, and then you'll start getting faster and faster. So if you have like reference of like a dog, for example, in front of you, just have like one picture and then try to look at that dog and then you know, get that overall shape down as fast as you can, like within your time limit. And that's basically how you're going to end up. Like naturally this happens just by studying reference, right? But if you want to practice that, then like these are drills that you could kind of like consider, because then you're just like looking at things and breaking it down and thinking about like big shapes. And really the illusion to speed sculpting comes down to being able to throw a block in together very quickly. So the big shapes are all combined. Everything is making sense at a low resolution. The initial read is what sells things. So even if you don't have good detailing going, as long as things are in the right place to make you register what it is that you're looking at and find that interesting, then you accomplished what you need to do. Yeah, so your initial reading is always the most important, which is what you would be aiming to get better at if you are trying to practice speed sculpting. But speed sculpting itself is not like, you know, it's not necessary. A lot of people, like, you know, you have to be somewhat fast when you're working in production, but you don't have to be like this lightning speed sculptor, right? Everybody works at their own pace, and it's okay if you're not like super fast. But, you know, you can't be slow either. You have to be able to hit production deadlines. Hey gamer, how's it going? It's been a while. An art book? No, I don't have an art book. That'd be pretty cool though. But no, I haven't made an art book. Let me like save. I haven't saved this at all. I'm so bad at that. Hello, Bubba the Gump. How's it going? Zag bag. Thanks. Alright, I'll see you next. See you in the next 5 years. Have a good life. Oh, man. You're sketching in Photoshop? Nice. Sweet. I've been doing a lot of sketching on my iPad. I like Procreate. It's late. Yeah, no worries, Moon. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, it's a Shane Olsen. How's it going? How you doing? Yeah, you're like the king of just do the simple thing first, right? That's awesome. Yeah, guys, if you don't know Shane, he also streams on this channel. I'm sure you know Shane, though. I'm sure you know Shane. If you don't, you want, and you're like, you know, you're just getting into ZBrush and stuff, like, he is really, really good at helping you break things down and explaining the tools and stuff. So definitely check out his stream. These tools when you start in this industry, fantastic work. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I want to be done with this eyeball stuff, but you know, it is how it is. We got new complications. Other things are getting better and whatever, and then I have McDonald's to look forward to on Monday, because I've successfully Pavloved myself into liking eye injections. So I get McDonald's, yay! Oh my god. Blockout, blockout, blockout. Shane appears. Oh, right, I was gonna do, hello? Transpose? There it is. Transpose mesh. I use this all the time and I'm always still so blind. Whenever I open up... Yeah, I can actually say that now. Whenever I open up C plugin, anytime I'm looking for a plugin, I'm always just like, where's Decimation Master? Literally staring at it for like a good 30 seconds. Oh yeah, there it is. I use this stuff all the time too. What happens to you if you draw too many of those S's in school when you're a kid? If you draw too many of those in your notebook, this is what happens to you. You come from you come from frustrating Boolean topology? Okay, well, if you're having, like, issues, well, there's a lot of Booleans on this channel. I know that, you know, if you go and check, you know, I'll just give you Michael Pavlovich, because he has a lot of Boolean. Check out, like, yeah. the whole YouTube channel. Just type in Boolean, like, in the search, and then you'll get, like, tons of information about Booleans. What company am I currently working with? So, a freelance, and right now is a little bit of a lull, but I'm signed still, like, I'm, like, eternally been, like, doing so much work with Spin Master. I was teaching with CGMA, I might teach again in the future. And yeah, a little bit of a work lull, so I'm just kind of enjoying the summer. Just nice. Yeah, it's like literally like right in front, and I'm like blind. Thank you, Seaweed. Seaweed. Oh my god, everybody asking about my able. I'm sorry, I've made that a thing. It's still bad. Thanks, Shane. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. What's up, Angelis? It's a me. Ash. Do I like America? I have a question. It's so random. Sure. Do you have a free STL you can try and print where you... Oh no, I have no STLs for printing. None of my models are print ready. None of them are good like that. Oh yeah, that's true. You do. Angelus has one. It's for the what's it? The joystick thing for the fighting game. What man? I sound like a boomer when I'm talking about. What is it that you print? What did you print? But like, sure. Arcade stick. Yeah, you did the little stick thing. You made a stick thing? It was cool? You're one of them kids making them fighting games. You got a free sculpture. Oh, look at you giving away them freebies. About like, are you talking about United States? I don't live in the United States. I live in Canada, so I don't know what it's like to live in the United States. But if you're talking about the continent, America, the Americas, North America. I live in part of North America. It's good. Canada. Actually. Talking about the continent. I mean, like, there's like, the continent's great. There's land to stand on. No, not good. My God, Baba. Oh. From Europe? Yeah, it's definitely a culture shock, though. Maybe it would be less so if you moved to like Quebec, because Quebec is a little there's a little bit of like Eurocentric like culture, just a little bit. It's still a little bit of like a culture shock, though. People are quite different. Yeah, I know. If I had something to put up, but nothing, like, literally, if I put anything up that I have for, like, sketch-wise for anybody to print, they'd bust their printers. Like, I don't know what you want. You want me to be, like, you want me to murder printers across the universe? Oh, you're thinking of putting one free model. Okay, I thought you were talking to me, like, just put one. Just, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. Just give it to me. Let me break my printer. I don't care. You know what's crazy? Okay, there is a defense satellite network company that they literally called themselves Skynet. That happened this year. I was so, like, with all of the AI nonsense that's been going on, they ended up calling their company Skynet. Like, did we not learn anything? How did I find my first job? So there was like an industry day at my school that I graduated from. I graduated with a bachelor's of animation, 2D animation mostly. But I had done my film in 3D, which was stupid because I didn't learn 3D through the course. I was learning all 2D stuff. So all the 3D stuff, I was like basically trying to self-teach. And like there was like one mentor at the school who was fluent in 3D, but it's just like I didn't always have access. Yeah, it was one of those things where I was like self-teaching, and it's kind of a really bad film, but you know, I still graduated somehow. And I got to talk to a lot of people during the industry day event. Nothing really came of that, so I ended up going to a whole bunch of job fairs after I graduated, just like spamming my portfolio around and spamming my film around. And I eventually got like a callback, I think 3 times from 3 different recruiters for the same position at ARC, which is now, it went under solvency, and I never got the money that I was owed when I was working there for the last couple of weeks that they just didn't pay me. It was like a whole thing. But yeah, I got my first job. I was like a week after school by like just throwing my portfolio at everybody. And it was sort of like I got really lucky with this one because they were doing like a mass hiring of juniors, and they just really needed somebody who knew ZBrush, and apparently nobody knew ZBrush in the area, which is weird, but nobody did, so I got lucky. And yeah, but like after a while of working there, after I became friends with better friends with like my lead, and I was doing a much better job, and you know, learning a lot on the job and just trying my best, right? I remember my lead at the time telling me, I'll never forget this, like, I didn't want to hire you because you didn't know anything about modeling. So I was like, oof, dude. But then he's like, he turned around and was like, I'm proud of where you've come and everything. So no, it's fine though, because initially, like, it was like I was not good, but I ended up spending a lot of time learning and making things good and just trying my best, and now I know a lot about modeling, right? But yeah. But I would really recommend you not try to apply to places if you don't know anything about modeling. Like, if you only know sculpting, and to be fair, when I did apply, I did know some basics. I just wasn't super proficient at anything because I was self-taught, right? And within only like a very short period of time, because I started doing 3D in my 3rd year and then 4th year. So I had like less than 2 years of self-teaching 3D. So I wasn't like, and I spent most of my time just like sculpting really bad stuff in ZBrush, right? Because I really liked it. That's the whole reason why I even got into 3D, was because I liked playing around in ZBrush so much. I was like, I'm gonna be a character artist now, I guess. Like, yeah. But I have come a ways, which is great. So, but I don't recommend you do that because most people will just turn you away. Like I said, I got really lucky, and like I said, my lead at the time, like, because they were desperate, they took me, right? But he was not for it because I didn't have lots of good modeling examples in my portfolio. However, right place, right time. So there is luck. There is luck that comes into this as well. But you definitely want to make sure that you're increasing your chances and doing the responsible thing for yourself as well, and learning the proper way to model things and putting those actual good like examples in your portfolio. Don't just put sculpts. You're very unlikely to get a job, and you'll frustrate a lot of people when you get hired if you only know how to sculpt and you don't know how to do anything else. So you don't want to be that person on the team that holds people back. And I definitely didn't want to be that person. I was really, really doing a lot of extracurricular during that time to learn, like, outside of work. I was constant. I would come home and I would stay up until like 3 a.m. either on my own stream. Some people will remember this, on my own stream doing some stuff, or I would be practicing on my own time, just like learning better modeling techniques and you know, how to surface, how to UV, all of that kind of stuff. Because I didn't want to be that person that was awful on the team. And there were some, at the time, there were some juniors that were really bothering some of the leads. I remember this because they did like a massive hiring, right? And there were some people that were being pretty problematic for the pipeline. I did not want to be that. I wanted really bad to help. So it was a lot of late nights and a lot of crunching, but you know, you really, really want it. And it helps too, like, when, you know, you're in a position like that, you see people literally getting fired and like let go in front of you for not being good enough. Like, that was but also just so you know as well, like, that specific company was very unorthodox as well, so yeah, if you're only sculpting, so like if I were to just leave it like this and then put just this in my portfolio, that's not proving anything, right? Like, okay, great, you can sculpt, but can you do all of the other stuff that is required, aka topology, UV, surfacing, you know, dealing with a whole slew of different maps? Yeah, you need to be able to do all of that. You can't just like give them a sculpt, because that's, you know. Yeah, like, okay, to be fair, like, the sculpts that I had showed a level of proficiency, right? Like, I obviously had a level of anatomy knowledge. I had, you know, artistic knowledge, right? So it was more of like the idea behind hiring me as a junior who only had very limited amounts of, because I had some topology, right, that I was showing off because I made my own film in 3D in year 4. I made my own 3D film, which is not very good, by the way, but I did that. I did everything from start, even some rigging, right? And so I had like limited knowledge, not enough to make people like, it just wasn't enough, right? But the idea was, okay, she has like some knowledge here, we could teach her more depending on what the production was. That was sort of like the mentality. And I did. I went out of my way and I tried really, really hard to learn all of this stuff. And I did. Yay! This was like a while ago too. quite a while ago now. Now we're old. Yeah, good luck with your stick figures. I don't know about that. I don't think so. Yeah, Gazzy. Exactly. How much time do you need to spend to become a wonderful artist and get a job? Well, it's gonna be different for everyone, right? You want to learn about good topology, texturing, UV, and other stuff, but I'm very bad at sculpting. Still trying. That's okay. That's okay, because I think the main thing, like if you want to be a modeler, for example, not all modelers need to be super good at sculpting. But you need to have some sort of like an artistic eye, right? So the more that you work at it, the better you're gonna get. There are a lot of different, like there's a lot of sculptors that sculpt on this channel like every single day. So just watching people and how they work can help you a lot in terms of, you know, just getting better at what you do as well. So observation is key into improving. But in terms of like how much time is definitely going to be dependent on each individual person. Some people it might be 4 years of working. Some people it might just be 1 year. It is extremely dependent on each individual circumstance, so I can't really tell you exactly. But you'll know when you're... to be fair, you won't know when you're good enough, but the best thing that you can do if you want an idea of like if your portfolio and your skills are up to par with what you should be aiming towards for a junior position is you could always like surf around on LinkedIn, see other juniors in roles that you're looking for, and maybe just like, you know, take a little peek at what their portfolio looks like. You know, don't go out of your way to like bother people or anything. I mean, you can message them like nicely, but don't pester anybody. If you're curious as to what their entry portfolios were like, I wouldn't recommend bothering too many people, though. A lot of people don't have time for that kind of stuff, but you can always just like see, even like I don't like ArtStation anymore, but if you're on ArtStation and you want to like go and see if there are any juniors, like you know, what their portfolios look like there as well, that's another way to kind of like see roughly like if you're in the same camp, right? Okay, I'm going to go and take a quick break because I need to go to the bathroom and get more water, so I'll be back. Okay. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, okay? Okay. That was probably more than 2 minutes, sorry. Okay. Yeah, my dad, see his bum. He's got a donut on because he's licking his allergy foot. I promise he doesn't always have the donut on. It just happens to be on the stream weeks. His name is Monty. 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 Wow, there he is. Look. Hi. Hi. You want to say... he wants to say hi. I'm gonna do it. Here, Monty, back up. Back up. Come here. There he is. The accusations against him are false. They're not false. It's all true. He's evil. Pop-ups! Good in. Like, oh, that feels good. Scratch my allergy neck. Scratch all of it. Get away from me! Oh. Yeah. He has more than just 2 counts of tax fraud. So huggable. He's literally just a teddy bear. Loves big hugs. Yes, he's a good boy. He's a good boy who needs to have his donut. Your donut back. You're gonna start licking your allergy feet again. His nails again. This time of the year is like real bad for him for allergies. Okay. I'll do it. Okay. Here. Now I'll get back to sculpting. Come. Feet. All right, there you go. You're a good boy. Yeah, Monty, it's a gaming pillow. It's got RGBs in it. Ninja has one. I haven't posted anything to his Instagram for so long. I hate maintaining multiple Instagram accounts. I don't even maintain my own. Social media! Yeah, dogs and cats are pretty tough though, so I believe in you. You can do it. It's, yeah. Talking all kinds of crap about that, of his nemesis, the beagle. The time he hears the jingle outside, like, the beagle could literally be 3 blocks away, but if he hears his specific jingle on his collar, he's not happy. Call him the beagle. Alright, good luck with your doctor appointment. Good night. And yeah, it is. It's recorded on the YouTube channel, so you can just skim and see where it ends up tomorrow if you're curious. Monty's wig. See, what am I doing here? What am I doing? Could make a bug wing. To make from. Let me save really quick, or this might explode. No, inverted. Where's my good one? That's what I'm wondering. I have like a couple of these saved, but for whatever reason, I think the mid value of this one is a little weird. Hey. Okay, let's just ask that. Good. What's up, Ashina? How you doing? Two. giant bug moving. Hey, man. You don't know how big it is. Maybe it's tiny. Maybe it's just a little guy. Maybe you don't need to feel anything. Maybe it just needs to exist. Thought about that? Haven't. Thanks. Yeah, no. You can catch it on the VOD. Don't worry. You don't need to force yourself to stay awake. Not like hyper chatty, anyways. It's all good. Well, welcome. Welcome. You know of a good way to find junior entry-level positions. I feel like you only ever see senior positions. Yeah, like, it can be pretty tricky. I would say, even if you don't see a junior position, apply with your portfolio anyways, because sometimes companies are looking for seniors, but then they might change and be like, you know what, maybe we'll just take a couple of juniors. It can be varied. Sometimes they're not 100% set on what they need. They're just like, we need people, but they might change their mind. So, and sometimes like roles are not even listed, because a lot of the time you'll see like a position open, even senior positions, you'll see a senior position open, but they've already given that position to somebody else within the company. This is specifically for larger companies anyways. So then they'll just, this is what I've heard, is they'll just post that ad for that position just for legal purposes. I don't 100% know how that works, but because again, like, I'm freelance, right? So I don't like apply to these specific roles really. Like, I do more contract work. But like, in terms of like junior position, I'd say like just throw your portfolio at them, even if they've only got like senior roles open at the time, because then in the future, at least then they have your portfolio as well. Like, you know, if in the future they're looking for juniors or something like that. Hi, Preshan. How are you doing? Junior the starting position? Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's internships, but typically junior's the starting position, yeah. Then usually you'll see like a mid-level role or an intermediate role, and then it'll be senior. It's strange, but I don't really see intermediate. It's usually like junior, entry, or senior. I've rarely actually seen mid, which is interesting, but yeah. I guess like it's easy to just jump. You'll either be one or the other. Yeah, the wings is just if you can make an alpha for bug wings, then you can just make it 3D. So you import the alpha, and then you say make 3D. Very easy. And then you can sculpt on top of it. Someone tell you just apply anyways before, and sometimes that scared me a little bit. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, alright, so I'm assuming, like, are you a girl? Are you a girl? Because I think that this is something, and you know, there are boys that feel this way too. I'm not gonna just like specify it to only one gender. I just find that, like, you know, sometimes, like a lot of women can be a little bit scared about, you know, putting themselves outwards. Trust me, like, you're very much needed. And if you're a timid guy as well, like, you know, and you don't really like socialize that much or whatever, that's another one as well. Some people don't put themselves up for you know, getting promotions and things of that nature when they're inside of studios, because they're timid. You know, guys and girls, everybody in between. It isn't like a gender thing. I don't know why I started with the good girl thing. Sorry, I'm like a little bit slow right now. But essentially, you're gonna want to try to push yourself out of that comfort zone and be a little bit more confident. And even if you're not confident, just do it anyways, because the worst thing that can happen is you get a no, right? If you don't do anything, no one's just gonna come to you and tell you. It's very unlikely somebody's gonna come to you and tell you, okay, it's time for your promotion because blah 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 blah. A lot of the time you need to like push for new roles. You need to be the one to say, I want this, like, is this possible? And voice up and speak up. And that goes with like applying for jobs as well, is like you're gonna want to put yourself out there and make sure that people are seeing your work, because if you don't push yourself in front of other people, and I don't mean this in like an obnoxious way either, but if you don't like put yourself in front of other people to look at, they're not gonna see you, right? So if you are timid like that, just try to tell yourself, if I don't do this, then I won't get a yes or a no. But the worst that can happen if I do this is I get a no. The best thing that can happen is I get a yes. And a lot of the time, you're going to get no's. But at the same time, that's all that it is. It's a no. That's it. That's literally it. That's all it is. They're not blacklisting you. They're not, like, you know, telling you that you should go sail the 7 seas and never return. It's literally just a no. And then you can, like, apply again another time. It might feel, like, crappy, like you might take it personal, but I just try not to take it personal, because a lot of the time it, like, they're not looking at it as in like, this guy specifically, like, screw this guy. They're just looking at the work and being like, is this a fit? Like, it's very much surface level. They're not thinking about you as a person until you're in the interview, right? And then they're talking to you and seeing how you would fit with the studio. But when it comes to like just specifically your portfolio, put it out there, right? You never know. I mean, I got my first job like very lucky, right? And just kind of like putting my portfolio out there and just like trying my best not to be timid. And then I got my I remember too, like in terms of like promotions and stuff in studio, I was so nervous the first time I went to HR asking for a raise. This must have been like 8 months of working at the studio at that time, maybe a little bit more, close to a year. And I wanted to go on a new project because there were so many projects and they have just been keeping me on one project. And I was just like, I was pretty tired of the project and I wanted to try something else and get better. And I wanted like a small pay bump, just a small one. And I remember just being so nervous to do this. But it's like what are you scared of, right? They're gonna say no? Alright. That's fine. Nothing changes. You're a boy. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I was even thinking of, like, I started gendering it for some reason. I don't know. Sorry. It was completely irrelevant. Yeah, just like throw it out there. And the thing is, like, if you start getting like a lot of no's, right, then what you should probably do is take a break from throwing your portfolio around and try to improve on some things. It's not always the case. Sometimes it's just bad job market, right? But if you are getting like a ton of no's, then just take a break and try to improve. See what you're lacking in your portfolio and lacking in your skill set, and then try to like get better at that and update your portfolio a little bit in between all of the no's. Dab. Funny because Restream shows the YouTube dab emote as elbow cough. For the longest time, I was so confused why people kept sending elbow cough to me. Am I doing something wrong? Am I doing something weird? And then I saw, oh. Dab. Yeah, I nearly had a panic attack a couple of times, just like getting my first promotion, so. But it wouldn't have happened if I didn't push for it. And then same with Same with my my first job, even my second job, if I'm being real. Like, you need to go out of your way and get out of your comfort zone a little bit. And just be, like, overall, like, a kind person, like, a friendly person, right? Like, that goes a long way, because people want to work with nice people, right? Like, they don't, like, even if your portfolio is super, super good, you know, you're super talented, you're, like, the Da Vinci of art of this day and age, whatever. But if you were, like, a stick, you make people feel, like, kind of crappy about themselves, you might get passed up by somebody that, like, a team wants to work with because they are just a lot more chill or funny or whatever. And I know that seems a little bit unfair, but personal skill when you're dealing with studio work is, like, you know, your person-to-person interactions. Just one thing I can just say is just, you know, try to be happy and positive around people. And I know that, like, you know, that's really hard, especially, like, if you have, like, you know, like, if you're depressed or, you know, you have some other problems, that makes it hard for you to always be upbeat. You don't always have to be, but when, at least, like, in the interviews and, like, you know, if you're talking to people in meetings, just try to be, because people like to be around those types of people. And I'm talking about, like, a corporate sense, right? Like, you know, mental health is really important and all of that. So if you are, like, struggling, there's definitely studios that will accommodate these things, but not everybody does, if I'm being, like, real. And so it's just sort of like, I know how problematic what I'm saying is, but then at the same time, it's like, you know, people, like, the reality of it is people want to work with other people who are more upbeat and get their stuff in, etc. Which sucks overall. It sucks overall. Like, me personally, when I first started working, I started getting, like, this habit of, like, no matter who I was talking to, I was just, like, whatever it was, I was just always, like, laughing, and just, even if I wasn't in a good mood, I just got in the habit of just, like, laughing at everything. I know that's, like, so toxic. And that's not, like, necessary either. I'm just saying that, like, for my position, like, what was happening with me, like, that's what ended up being a thing, and that was not good. And I'd go home and I'd absolutely crash, and yeah, the takeaway of what I'm saying is just, like, just don't be, like, a dick. Just be nice to people, and that goes, like, a really far way in terms of getting hired and recommended places. ZBrush good for poly painting. Should you use Substance Painter, or there are other softwares you can also use? You can use both in combination with each other. You don't have to only use Substance. ZBrush is decent. It's not, like, you know, I wouldn't do, like, all of your texturing inside of ZBrush. You'd probably get better results outside of it. Poly painting has its limitations. I mean, for base coats and things of that nature, especially anything concept related, you can definitely just do it in ZBrush. But Substance will definitely give you more to work with. I don't want to even keep that. Ropes. No. Thought that I had put in another one though, and I don't have it here. Thought I had it. I don't have it. It. Okay. Guess we can just. Oh, it's nasty. I'm gonna redo this. Type stream and you were working on the model during this time and messed up with ZBrush auto triangulation. Didn't catch a moment in which quads were didn't catch a moment in which my perfect quads were transformed into serial and saved into a ZTL. Just need to go start working soon. Oh yeah, that's okay. Do you know in which case ZBrush breaks topology? Like, so if you understand what I'm talking about, yeah. Triangles automatically know that you are working under the concepts most of the time, so not pay attention. So are you asking, you messed up with ZBrush's auto triangulate. So you're asking if you get your work back. If you, yeah, you saved it to your main ZTL, so that's kind of rough. You'd have to ZBrush and then project it all back. Unfortunately, like if you save over your work, there's not really, you can check your quick save files if you have quick save on, but other than that, yeah, it's rough. Other than that, that's not really something that you can get back. So I always try to do iterative saves rather than saving over files, just because of that purpose, that issue. Breaking quads into triangles automatically. Which cases ZBrush breaks topology? So yeah, it'll basically break quads into triangles if you are, well, Dynamesh will do some of that. Tessimate will do another one if you're playing around with it. In Dynamesh, Tessimate right here, this will also triangulate. And then another one that will triangulate is Decimation Master. If you're playing with this, will triangulate your mesh as well. As well as Sculptress Pro will sometimes add triangles to something that you're doing. Taken any design courses to refer to any books? No. No. I mean, books, I look at lots of people's stuff all the time online, right? Like, I follow so many artists. I don't have a lot of books myself. But I think a lot of it comes down to observation and just analysis of what it is that you're looking at. Oh, thanks. The level, wait, you've been practicing modeling generally by the level of detail you're doing? How much is a sculpt worth? You mean like how much time does it take, or how much is it worth money-wise? It depends on what it's for and what I'm doing it for. This music is so funny. I wanna... No, I'll just extract it. I think I'm just gonna... Money-wise, yeah, it really depends on what it's for. Like, if I need to do anything more to it, etc. Like, this is just a sketch right now, right? But in terms of production, it really just depends on what it's for. It can range. There was no quick save, so you recreated the heads topology again. ZBrush works great with polypaint, so that wasn't so rough. You talked about ZMod. Yeah, the ZModeler. You asked about the ZModeler tool. Which breaks topology. Like, if you understand, I'm trying to breaking quads into triangles. Worked on topology by hand. So in Z, are you asking like if ZModeler broke your stuff into topology? Like, wait, you're talking about ZModeler and then in... Like, are you talking, like, in what case this would turn... Maybe if you're doing ZModeler in terms of like auto triangulating your stuff, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know that if you're using any of the deformations, like if you're attaching things and you're using, let's say, remesh by union. Like if you're attaching the hand to the rest of your sculpt and remeshing by union, that will triangulate like the attached areas. So if that's what you're doing, yeah, you're just gonna have to Z remesh a new, like a copy of it, and then reproject the details in order to fix that topology. Like there's no other way to fix it. It's just going to do that. Same, I mean, there's also remesh by Z remesher. That's another one, but union is when you want like the two things attached together. But when it comes to Z modeler itself and Z modeler, I guess, yeah, I haven't really had that problem with like auto triangulating. I have to like try some stuff to see what it is that you're talking about exactly, because none of this really, maybe like slice mesh, if you're like, maybe if you're doing something with slice mesh, it might. Anytime that you're like editing the mesh in any way, it can sometimes triangulate, like if you're doing any slicing or anything of that nature. But otherwise, maybe, okay, so no, QMesh, maybe, I don't know, I don't think so, unless like you bridge something weird. Maybe you did it like a strange bridge and it started to bridge a triangle for you or something. I'm not 100% sure. If you were to render and paint that model for a game example, is there an estimate of how... Ever found something that you actually liked? It's your first time you found something that I really enjoy, and I've been dedicating a lot of time to it, so I'd like to know if it's a good way. Okay, well, if I'm gonna be real with you, artists don't make a lot of money. It's not, it's a livable amount of money. Salaries for entry-level games slash, you know, just character art in film as well can start around, I mean, I've seen it as low as 30,000 USD, which is really not great at all. But I started at like 47,000 Canadian. I don't know what that translates to USD, but that's how I started. And I started getting my second job was about 60,000 Canadian. And then I moved towards 90,000 Canadian and working on my own as my own boss. You know, as freelance artist with contracts, it can range from like a yearly income can range anywhere from 70,000, maybe even like some years are like 50,000, and then on the very high end, I had one really good year where it was like 120,000. So when you're free, and I work a lot, but when you're in studio, you can expect, like just for context, the 120,000 year, I was working multiple contracts at the same time. It was very stressful, lots of work. But that's what freelance is, right? Like the more work you put into it, a lot of the time translates to money. But it's pretty bad for your health. Can be. But when you're in studio, you can get something like, you know, depending on which studio you work for, indie companies you might have to wear a lot more hats, a lot more jobs to do. Like you could be a character artist and a rigger and an animator, for example, at an indie studio, in which case you still only get maybe 50 grand a year. It really depends on the studio that you go to. Whereas if you were to look at like something big like Blizzard, maybe your starting salary would be 60,000 a year and you had a very one specific job that you did. You know, like it ranges, but I don't think that you're going to be looking at like an obscene amount of money. It's not an obscene amount of money. I'm very comfortable though. not everybody can say the same. It really just depends, you know, what you end up getting in terms of work, where you end up working. Connecting points together and this happened. You'll check the past video, maybe you talked about it during the course. Yeah, I'd have to see where you're working. It's okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, well, when we're talking about freelance, though, not everybody's experience is exactly the same, right? Usually there's like a number of different things that you're doing to ensure income. Freelance for me is like anywhere like, oh, I'm not working for a whole month, which is really nice, but then also stressful because I'm like, oh my gosh, like I only have so much saved up, right? To, oh my gosh, I have 4 contracts going at once. There's so much work. And I am going to sleep at 4 a.m. every single night, waking up early and missing all my weekends. So it's like extremes, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't think people should keep any of that a secret, because the more people talk about what they're making, the more equity people can have. Just overall, like everybody benefits from it, except for, of course, like large studio owners who want to make sure that there is secrecy there, you know? Now I know that some studios have you under contract NDA saying like you're not allowed to talk about your salary actually, but that is a thing, so you do what you can. Share what you can, anyways. Now, sometimes on Twitter, there's something that gets shared around about salaries every so often that'll give you more insight. The number of people in senior positions that make around 100,000, but usually they're in California. So it's like your cost of living is usually like on par with close to on par with your salary. So if you see like 100,000 salary, know that the person's likely working in the city. Like personally, I work in the city. I've like worked in the cities, and when I was working in Toronto, my salary, well, it started at the 47,000 Canadian, which I was barely getting by. I was like not doing very much at all. It was very expensive for the area that I was in, and then it went up to 60,000 for my next job, which was enough to finally start paying off like the student loans, but I still wasn't doing anything. I was just paying my student loans. Because I know a lot of people, like, they'll hear, like, oh, like $70,000, that's like you're rich, but it really isn't that way. Yeah, see, Angel, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you out. I hope you figure out what it is that you're struggling with. Have a good day. My resume? I actually haven't updated my resume in years. I don't have... Yeah, I'm talking Canadian. So when we're talking US, like it's what is the conversion? Okay, here, let me just see. I've been talking Canadian. Yes. So 47, then add USD. So USD, yeah, my starting salary was almost 36,000 USD. Not great. Oh, I mean, I work. My second job was 60,000. I think actually like 65. It might have been closer to 60, 65. I think. Hold on, let's see what that is. 65. So my second job was almost 50,000 USD, which was a pretty huge jump and a lot more livable. I remember that. And this is like pre-pandemic as well. So there was like, you know, inflation has hit us a little bit harder these days. So like 50,000 back then was like, even just a few years ago was a lot comfier than 50,000 now. Like basically, in a way, you can kind of consider like 100K salary the old 70K salary in a sense, if that makes sense. It's not exact mathematically, but it has that it's the vibe. It's the vibe. And of course, that really depends on where you live and all that, blah blah blah. But CAD and USD hopefully gives you an idea. Anyways, it's hard to give exact figures all the time because everybody like lives in different locations and like, you know, salaries. You know, it's one thing I can share from when I was working in studio, but like I don't work in studio anymore. So, or I haven't worked in studio for quite a few years now. Yeah, exactly. In California, right? So, yeah, all the jobs I've gotten have been through connections. Correct. This industry is a lot of just, you know, talking to people and being good, you know, and yeah, that's a lot of what it is. When you're freelance too, like if you're online, then people find you online. So 50,000 in Cali, yeah, it was it was a little bit better in Toronto, but not by much. And I was living in a pretty rough area of the rough neighborhood. If you go back to like my old streams, you can usually hear people screaming outside and like, yeah, it was just like a really rough neighborhood. My apartment had cockroaches and stuff. I don't have cockroaches anymore. That's great. Still a very, like, quite a small apartment, but I'm happy, so. Yeah, cool projects. No, I've honestly just been kind of like taking a little bit of a break. You mean for work? Case, can't tell you. NDA. Okay, so if you ever run into this, like Swiss cheese, go down to mesh integrity and just fix mesh in mesh integrity. And you can try meshing again and fix it. Thanks, Swag. Sorry, I'm like super, like even answering like those questions earlier. I'm sorry, I was so like weird about them. Kind of like hitting a little bit of like a wall. It's like a half an hour left. We'll tank it. Posting on ArtStation? Probably not. I mean, I usually don't finish this stuff. I'll just like kind of leave it as a sketch. Yeah, color palette, I don't know. Play around with some things. See, like reds and blacks working pretty good. Because it is more like I could see like a royal blue. Kind of like almost like a oil slick type eye carapace. Hey Chocho, how are you doing? Itchy. Should do some work on the legs, huh? Kind of like just left them to the wayside. You would have had to do the lateral lines. I mean, the key is to just not care if it's perfect or not. Get messy with it. You're sketching anyways. Okay, have a good night, Leonard. Sounds like a good idea, honestly. I'm hungry. One flow to the other nicely without effort. It's messy, trust me. Messy. Without no rhyme or reason. This looks good in sketch. That's the whole thing. I had the patience. I'd love to make like a big like fake entomology book. That's just it, like patience. I like bugs though. Like bugs? I like bugs. I really like bugs. Just select. Oh ho! It's a J Fields. What's up, dude? How you doing? In a minute. How's it going? Got an actual pro in the house now. I mean, okay. Conventions? Probably not. I am still avoiding people. You're welcome. Do not use kind words, they're true words. Yes, true words can be kind words though, can't they? Oh my gosh. Oh, my back. Oh, I'm getting old. Oh. Okay. Oh, and mantis. Then they're making a mantis thing. I kinda neglected the back bit. Gotta do something with this. It's an embarrassment. Just an embarrassment. It's looking. It's bug looking. Looking. Look, you coined a new term. Own it. It wasn't a typo. You meant that. 100%. Yeah, it's just gonna end up in, like, in my hard drives. Just another thing that I never touch ever again. You know, as most of these stream sketches go. They're still fun, though. So hard for me to, like, go as long as I used to, though. If they can fix this for me. Do we clay tube and then smooth it out to make patterns? Oh yeah, I mean look, you can easily do stuff like that, like what I just showed you here. So if I were to like... Wow, this one's really loud. Sorry, let me turn this down. Okay, so if you... Yeah, if you do anything rough, right? Like you can do something super chunked out like this. It doesn't even matter. It can be ugly. But then when you smooth it, this is why like playing around and just kind of seeing what effects give you what is really important. If you do like a really light smooth over top of it, it can kind of look like an organic inside, right? So like you can keep things sketchy on your like sketch stuff and it can still like look like organics. I actually don't really use smooth whole bunch, though. I usually just kind of like sketch over top of things again. If it's bugging me, I'll just sketch over top of it again. Oh my goodness, I am granny mode now. I need new resistance bands. This doesn't necessarily. I don't even know why am I working on functionality right now. Like, who cares? Functionality. I want to make it functional. I don't even care. Whatever. Hello, Granny. Oh no. Oh no. You've made it true. Now I really am Granny. Good lord. Nothing can save me from myself. I'm gonna be more constant at 3D sculpting. Well, if you're talking about how do you get to do that every single day, I would just make a reminder for yourself to just like, you know, even if you're not in the mood, I find if you just say, okay, I'm gonna do this, I have to do it today, even if it's just 15 minutes, just say 15 minutes, because doing 15 minutes is like not, it's not like crazy. It's not like you're doing an entire project. You're not telling yourself, I have to sit down and I have to do an entire project. Just sit down and start doing 15 minutes of work. And usually you'll get into the flow of things and you're going to want to just keep going. But that's what I would do. I mean, for me, to make sure that I was consistent with, you know, getting up and stretching and walking and stuff, I got myself like one of those like Fitbit watches, and it gives me a reminder all the time because I'm really bad at that myself. I'm really bad at like time and keeping track of time. So I need like reminders and clocks and things a lot to just say, hey, reality, you know? So you could do the same thing with sculpting, and if you do it every single day consistently, you're going to see improvements happen naturally, you know? But if you meant something else, you know. Yeah, just like, you know, when you're starting an essay at school, you open up Microsoft Word, you type the. I did something. Time for a break. it's a little bit complicated for you to dedicate more hours. Yeah, I feel that. It's a lot easier when you're younger. I don't know how old you are, but when I was younger, talking as if like I really am a granny. Back in my day, when I was younger, it was easier. Like, you know, super early 20s. It was a lot easier to just do all-nighters and stuff like that. But yeah, even if you only have time on the weekends, just make sure that you've got like a couple of hours just to give yourself, right? If I really don't want to do something, I would do 2 minutes. Like, lying to yourself, only do 2 minutes. But it's a weapon against rationing. Exactly, yeah. I do that all the time too. Specifically with cleaning, like, alright, I'll just do a couple of dishes and I'll do the rest later, and then I just end up doing all the dishes. Because, like, the biggest struggle is just, like, just getting up and doing them. I mean, once you're doing them, it's not like, it's like, okay, well, I'm doing them, so... So hungry. Oh lord. the patterns. A little like face on the back. I think a little bit like bug. We have like face to scare off predators. Or they end up looking like leaves themselves or something like that, you know? Already at 10. Alright. Well. It's not gonna get a, It's not gonna get a Billy. That's okay. One. Right. There he is. For beautiful, not so beautiful mantis. Saverinos. Okay, let me put them around. Bingo. So. No. Being picky about it. This. There we go. This is Shift S, by the way, to copy it around. Good enough. Yeah, we did it. We made a mantis. We made a bug. All right, so I'm gonna end here. If you guys have not already subscribed / followed / whatever it is on whatever platform you're watching, you should do so for the ZBrush Live / Maxon ZBrush channel. I'm gonna be streaming again, I think in 2 weeks. Let me just see which day is which. Yeah, so July 26th is my next stream. So if you are around, feel free to drop by. I think I'm gonna be on Stylist League on Friday for around an hour, just kind of noodling with some stuff, talking about things. There's like a whole lineup they have. It's their 100th stream, so if you're interested in seeing like a ton of artists working at the same time, plus Bradley and Mike, who are awesome, stop by the Stylist League as well. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Subscribe, follow, all that. Do you guys actually, I'll give you a link to the Stylist League. Wait 1 sec. Stylist League. I can't believe they've done 100 streams already. These guys are booking it, man. They're awesome, and they keep bringing on really good guests too. I was a guest for them quite a few months ago. In a year? I don't even know. I was actually ironically doing another mantis, but like a xenomorph mantis on their stream too. So yeah, check them out. That'll be on Friday. And my next stream here is gonna be on the 26th of July. All right. Have a good night. Bye bye.